All right, welcome to the Franchise Time Machine. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Or I guess had a good weekend. I think I'm probably one of the last people who's still on Sunday. We've got just under 2 hours left on Sunday here on the West Coast. So tonight we'll do a continuation of a fun experiment we did last night. Still just trying to get a sense of how the player generation engine has changed from OOTP25 to OOTP26. Um, Mostly because I need to understand the changes so that I can make whatever changes I need to the rules for some of our community games. So in particular, the different versions of Create a Roster. Right, this is where we play different games with the player creation engine. The original version is trying to build the best team possible. That was still pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of gaming the system here. You're just trying to make a really good team. But I do think low ball is going to need some changes. Because the rules for low ball, you're trying to make the worst team possible. And we're finding that the scrub level players are significantly better than in OOTP 25. And that's great for the game in general, because they were probably too bad in OOTP 25. But it makes low ball harder to play. So the first thing we did was we tried to play low ball using the level and position choices used by Berry Basher to go 20 and 142 in OTP 25. Welcome in Ezra Denny. Thank you for the raid. Welcome Raiders. Ezra, thank you for a great stream. I, as always, enjoyed watching. The seventh inning stretch was great. I especially enjoyed Willie Mays' ball cap with the "Say Hey" in orange on black on the back of his cap. I thought I had entered in during the seventh inning stretch, but it looked like you were. It was like, was it from one of the post? Was it from like a post World Series parade or something? Anyway, I saw that and I thought, oh, like I think I missed the seventh inning stretch, but then I think that was before you started the game. Ah, Reb Jr., thank you for the subscription. I appreciate the ongoing support. And always appreciate you being active in chat. Makes the stream a lot more interesting. So thank you for being here. It was post the Giants one game playoff in 1993 when the Dodgers knocked the Giants out. Ah, got it. Got it. But that was just like pre-game content. I would have thought you'd save that for a seventh inning stretch. So here's what we're doing tonight. Well, here's what we did yesterday. We revisited a test I ran in OOTP 25 where we used kind of create a roster format where we did 5 players at a time, had the game generate 5 players at a time, pick one, and deleted the other 4. Oh, I see. You're setting the context for Giants Dodgers. That's really helpful, I think, for people who don't understand that rivalry. Like we don't have that depth of rivalry between the Mets and the Yankees because we're in different leagues. So even with interleague play, there hasn't been a ton of Mets Yankees playing each other. But the Dodgers Giants both being the NL West, that's an amazing rivalry. So here's where it started. I did a test run of low ball, create a roster. Oh right, yes, yeah, the rivalry continuing from New York too. I forgot about that. Um, so this is the format we use in OTP25. You get 2 legend and 4 scrub, and 5 of every level in between. This is flipped from regular creator roster where you get 4 legend and 2 scrub. And of course the idea for low ball is you try to make the worst team possible. Well, we noticed during preparing for creator roster in OTP26 that the players being generated at bench and scrub level seemed way better than the players we were getting in OTP25. So I revisited a test that I did in OTP25 when I was designing a new game. And I made entire teams from the same player generation level. So an entire team generated at scrub level, an entirely team generated at bench level. They all played in the 2023 season. They all took over the Mets. And the scrub generated team won 11 games. And so I think in OTP 24, scrub level players are actually sub MLB level. And so and so when I recreated Barry Basher's run from OTP 25, his position and level choices led to a 20 win season, 20 and 142. And so I ran that same player position list. I would like to think I would make similar individual player selections from the creation engine. Now, of course, there's some player creation RNG. There's a lot of in-season RNG. But that team won, what was it, 67 games or something? And it won 20 games in OTP 25. And in particular, we've noticed that the scrub level relief pitchers, starting pitchers, we used to see a lot of half-star and one-star pitchers. It almost seems truncated at 1.5 stars now. We rarely see 1.5-star pitchers anymore, even at scrub level. Now, I'll reiterate this over and over because I think it's good for the game. Because one of the choices you make when creating players is what level are you creating for? And we're creating for MLB, for Major League level. And while it was fun playing with these scrub level players, they were clearly below Major League level. And so they were, I think, mismatched with what was being asked for. So I think this is actually a good change for OOTP. But when we ran an all scrub team, the same kind of conditions we used in OTP 25, we ended up with 31 wins instead of 11 wins. So there's definitely been some sort of shift in the player creation at the scrub level. So I'm going to recreate this at the bench level, average level. Now there's only so much higher you can go for good, star, and legend. And so I think we're going to be in the RNG noise zone for those. But I think it's safe to say 31 is significantly enough different from 11 that there has been some sort of change. And we'll see if that change also persists at the bench level. And we'll go ahead and use the same pack giveaway form we used last night. It's just we're going to up the level of the player creation to bench tonight. And again, all this is in preparation for playing Creator Roster again in OTP 25, which Ezra Denny played, was the record holder for like 2 days. Ezra had like 126 win season playing Creator Roster, taking over first place at the time. And that was the last run before EVC and NYC2 set a record that stood for the entire OTP 25 cycle. Hey, Donna, welcome in. So Ezra was like the Wally Pip of Creator Roster. Yes, on the last day, that is right, Reb Jr., thanks for the reminder. On the last day, Smiley Face Jane, after everyone was taking shots at that record. Max took several runs at the end. I think Reb Jr. took a few at the end. Smiley Face Jane took a bunch at the end. And finally, on the very last day, we were playing Crater Roster. I had already said, this is it. We're going to start shifting to OOTP26. Yeah, Reb Jr. got a 138. Max LP 80 had a 139. I believe it was the Nolan Network and Claydog had 140. But on the very last run, Smiley Face Jane got 146. And so that was pretty awesome to... I mean, it would have been great, too, if the record had stood, because it would have been pretty impressive. But the fact that Smiley Face Jane came through in the clutch and got it on the last day was pretty great. So I've had people ask me when we're going to start that up for 26. I want to get low ball sorted out first, and then we'll open up all the Crater Rosters. I actually think dead ball is going to run better this year, because one thing we've noticed is we're getting a lot more variety of profiles from the player creation engine. They're still very modern feeling, but we're getting a few more in the mix that look like kind of dead ball players, with the high contact and BABIP and the low power. So I think that particular game will be a little more interesting too. So let me make a copy of last night's form, so you all can start thinking about your guesses. And I do try to get the form up early so that if you have to take off, you can still participate. You do not have to be present to win. Yeah, I think I did my histograms for contact and power, but I think when you say they're banded, I don't know if you're talking about the same thing, but I definitely feel like there are certain profiles that are being created. And so contact and power gets you some insight into those, but it seems like there are like a certain number of common profiles, like the power eye profile, the contact BABIP no power profile, and there's probably like a few other variations, but I don't think we see like random looking profiles that are like you would never have a player that looks like this. So I think they're trying to make it so they kind of make sense from a baseball perspective, which I appreciate. I think that's kind of cool. So this is episode 329. Bench only team in 2024. Oh, right, Reb Shooter. Yeah, that's true too. I think, yeah, I didn't think about that, but I think the defense and the stealing are also part of those various archetypes that they have. Minerva, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are about to work on the pack giveaway form for tonight. So if you want to win some packs, you're just in time. So let me put the form up and we will edit yesterday's version. It should be a pretty quick edit because the experiment's largely the same. It's just instead of scrub level, we're doing bench level. So tonight's stream will be testing quality players generated the OOTP26 at the bench level. This is a repeated experiment we conducted in OOTP25. Let's see. The scrub level experiment was experiment 191. What was the bench level? Most of these are available on my YouTube if they've already expired on Twitch, which is why I referenced the episode number in case anyone wants to check it out. So it was after I started testing the studs and duds format because I was realizing scrub was too bad. So let me see if I can find up. It's way after 191 then. That's interesting. It looks like I did scrub and then did a bunch of other stuff before going back to it. I can. Oh, here we go. No. No. This is wild. I would have thought it would be right near episode 191, but it's not. Wow, 262. We don't get back to it until 262. So there we go. We'll reference that in the forum, episode 262, in case anyone afterwards wants to go check this out. And that bench level team went 34 and 128. Now this table that I have, it references 34 and has 40 in parentheses. Now the reason for that is I saved the game, we finished the season, had 40 wins, but then it crashed before I could get all the stuff I need for the leaderboard or for the data, for the pack giveaway stuff, like postseason awards and stats. We didn't have the stats anymore because the computer crashed. And I think it was not even the game crashing. I think it was the whole computer crashing. Oh, sorry, I'm getting caught up here. Oh, Baffle, yeah, we do have packs to give away. So we're giving away packs. Right, yeah, Rev Jr. So in OOTP25, it seemed a lot more random. And so, yeah, like that's a good example. Super low contact with super high power and then with like crazy stealing. Or a center fielder with like super low stealing. Like a center fielder with like really great fielding and like low stealing. Which I mean, it could happen, but part of what makes you a good center fielder is having range and speed. And then like pairing that with low stealing felt weird. And now it seems like the profiles make more sense. But yeah, P-Boom, welcome in. We're repeating a test we did in OOTP25 to see how much the player creation engine has changed. And these are the results from last time. P-Boom, thank you for the Prime subscription. I appreciate the support for the stream, as always. P-Boom, by the way, is the reason after these sims we go back and look at the achievements. That was a P-Boom suggestion. So we still do that. Especially with like create a roster and to see like what the legend level players did. It's pretty fun. And so we did notice during some player creation tests I was doing, prior to running the first creator roster for OOTP26. And P-Boom, that goes back to, I don't know if you remember, but we were exchanging messages on Discord about running 10,000 player creations at a time. And like, oh wow, like I got a legend level with like a 3.5 star rating, or a scrub level 4-star player, or all those different like anomalies you start to see when you crank up the sample size. And we lowered the sample size to 8,000 because that's what Smiley Face Jane discovered is around the limit for exporting via CSV in the reports, which still gave us enough data, but then made the exporting and analysis on stream a little bit easier. And it looked like the bottom end of the player profiles had been truncated from like what we get. And so I wanted to confirm that by rerunning the scrub level test we did and got 11 wins in OTP 25. And when we did it in OTP 26, we did indeed almost triple our win total with all players created at the scrub level. And even before the sim started, you could see that we just were not getting the half-star and one-star players that we used to get all the time at scrub level, especially for pitchers. And so the team, I mean, it was still bad. Don't get me wrong. The team was still bad. But it was significantly better than a scrub level generated team in OTP 26. So tonight we're going to run it back with bench level. And as always, you all can watch the players get generated and see what they look like before you submit your form. I have no problem with that. We don't close the form until we're ready to sim. But I do open the form early so that if you have to take off, you can still participate and join in the fun. So yeah, so we've noticed that the player creation, I'm reading this part right here. We've noticed that the player creation engine OTP 26 seems to be producing much fewer half and one-star players at the scrub and bench levels. So this test run will be used to help determine what changes need to be made to create a roster lowball rules for OTP 26. Right, and I made a note here. This is actually a good change for gameplay because one of the choices you make when creating players is what level are you trading for? And we selected Major League. And if the scrub level players were indeed sub-Major League level, then we weren't really getting what we're asking for. Now we are. So don't get me wrong. I am not complaining about this change. I'm just observing it. And then I'm going to change our rules to fit around it because I think it's a good change for the game. Yeah, Reb Jr., this is going to be a tough one. There is a chance we could jump up to 81 wins. That is definitely a possibility. And then also, unlike Creator Roster, when I did this experiment in OTP 25, I'm using the same rules I gave myself, which are different from Creator Roster. So it's Creator Roster-esque in that we're going to make 5 at a time, choose one and delete the other 4. But, for example, I don't have to decide what order positions I'm going to make in advance. I'm going to let myself decide as I go so we can be a little more flexible. I'm going to let myself set... I don't think I'm muted. I haven't touched the mute in a while. I might be cutting out. Okay. I'm going to let myself adjust lineups and pitching staffs. I will let myself adjust sliders. Although last night I just went with sabermetric because I didn't really think really messing with the sliders too much would be a big help. But I did tinker with the lineup quite a bit, and I did play with the pitching staff quite a bit. So, as usual, the 10-pack giveaway is based on guessing how this team is going to do. For those of you who are new, please be careful when entering your OTP 26 login ID. This is how OOTP developments will send you your packs if you win. Also, speaking of which, I know Nicolino's been on vacation, so I've been like holding off on sending in the pack giveaways. I'm going to send them in a batch tonight or tomorrow morning. So if you haven't gotten your packs yet, that's why. It's not their fault. I've been waiting until I think he gets back, I hope, on Monday. I've been like waiting to send them. First of all, I didn't want them to get lost in the shuffle in case he had a bunch of messages pile up while he's gone. And then second of all, I didn't want to really bug him during vacation, so I thought I'd send them afterwards. I do apologize if your packs are delayed, but I was just trying to be, they're doing a big service to us by giving us packs to give away. I'm trying to, make it a little easier for them to do it for us. So, but yeah, this is case sensitive, so please be careful there. Twitch username, you can type it however you want. It's really just how we talk about your guesses in the stream. And then here we go. This is from Creator Roster / Lowball. I just thought it'd be easier to keep the same questions. Will this team have a regular season win percentage below 500? Will it finish last in its division? If it's tied for last, it's still last in the division. Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in its league? In this case, oh, that's right. Last night we took over the White Sox. We're going to take over the White Sox again. Did I say that? Yeah, right here. We're going to take over the White Sox, who went 41 and 121. And again, our previous test run with, oh, sorry, this should say bench level. Now, you know what? Let's give some additional information. We've already run a scrub level test, or the scrub level test, in OOTP25 and OOTP26. In OOTP25, scrub level 1, 11 went 11 and 151 as the 2023 New York Mets. And in OOTP 26 went 31 and 131 as the 2024 Chicago White Sox. Now, the run environment is different too. That could be part of it. So the game is different, OTP 26 versus OTP 25. The run environment is different. We always use the most recent complete season. So for OTP 25, we use 2023. For OTP 26, we're using 2024. The team is different. We took over the Mets in 23. We took over the White Sox in 24. So there are lots of things that could have contributed to this change from 11 wins to 31 wins. But the biggest thing that we've noticed is the level of the bench and scrub of the players. So that's why I'm mostly still attributing it to that. Okay, will this team have regular season win percentage below 500? As Reb Jr. mentioned, this will be a tough question, I think, for this team. Will it finish last in its division? Will it have the lowest regular season record in its league? Will it have the lowest win percentage in the majors? So now I think we have to add, because we're now potentially getting better. Will this team make the playoffs? Yes or no? Will it win its division? Will it win its sub-league? In this case, the AL. Or I guess no. Let's change this to will it make the playoffs? Will it make the World Series? And will it win the World Series? Oh, this question is an artifact from when we were playing Scrubbo. So let's move this up here. All right, so the first set of questions is how bad is this team going to be? In case it's not bad, how good will this team be? Will it make the playoffs? In fact, maybe the 500 question should move up. Or I guess move back. Oh, do we have playoffs twice? Hold on, let me check. Last in its division, lowest. You know what? Let's reverse these. Will this team have a game score of 1? Will it have a game score of 1? Will it have the worst win percentage in the majors? Will it have the worst win percentage in its league? It should be a sub-league. And then will it be last in its division? So we're just going from worst to best now. Will it have a game score of 1? Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in the majors? Lowest in its league? Lowest in its division? Will it be below 500? Will it make the playoffs? Yes, sorry, we do have playoffs in here twice, so thank you, Late to Hate. Good catch. I think I was copying it to make another question, but yes, I did have it twice, so thank you for catching that. Will it make the playoffs? Because you can win the playoffs without winning division. Then will it win its division? Then will it make it to the World Series? Then will it win the World Series? And then this is the last in the Survivor style section. How many regular season games will it win? Now, if first and second place, or actually, this is where I keep getting stuck on how to do this. I kind of want to just determine first place in the Survivor style section. And then everyone else goes back into the second section, which is who gets the most answers closest in the numerical section. So this question has to go to the end here. Oh, no, this is the right spot. This is the last question here. And then the rest are numerical questions. The thing is, I feel bad when, like, first place gets determined, like, 3 questions in, and there's only one other player left. Like, that person feels like they should get second place. But we want to use these numerical questions to break the tie. So then it's like, sorry, you came really close, but now you're in with everybody else again in the numerical section. So that doesn't always seem fair, but it is more fun, I think, doing it this way. Because then we go through all the numericals and everyone has a chance till the end. And frankly, my hope is that first place gets determined either at the end of the survival style section, or that neither place is decided and everything happens in the numerical section. So anyway, only first place can be decided in the upfront section. And maybe that's how I should word it. Maybe that's the way to say it. Only first place will be determined. After the survival style section. Winner will be determined by who gets closest to the correct answer the most times. So there is no more like the first question in the tiebreaker, like we're done. It's been really fun actually having people in it till the end. So I just have to figure out how to word it. That's just been the hard part. All right, so I think this is good. It's a longer form now because I'm trying to come up with one form that works for low ball and regular. Right? For low ball, you need those last in the division questions. For regular creator roster, hopefully you would those would all be no. Otherwise, you've had a really bad creator roster session. Um, but anyway, I would like to eventually have one form that we use for most of our experiments and simulations. So yeah, so these are all asking the lowest batting average, lowest OPS. I should also probably add highest now that we're getting better players. And we'll do highest OPS. It just gives more people more chances to win, I feel like. And it makes this form more relevant for... We'll just keep this at highest, though. I think that's more fun as the highest. Okay, now I feel like this form is good for both high and low. Although it does now require more careful reading, Reb Jr. All right, let me make this open to everybody. And then let me put a copy of the link into the chat. Good luck, everybody. Yes, that I always trip you up with words. My diabolical use of words. Clay Dog, good seeing you. Clay Dog, AW, and I were all in the Sunday Bronze tournament. I ran an AW in round 4, and then Clay W and AW and I were having discussions in Discord separately. I don't know if AW and Clay were also like, but like AW let me know that we were playing each other, which was fun. And then I had to run to take the girls to a birthday party, and so like Clay Dog was keeping me updated on what was happening. But that's really fun when you're in a tournament with like your OTP friends. It's always more fun than just being in some random tournament. It was also playoff Sunday, so I hope you all had good playoffs. I actually had a good one for a change. Let me see. How do I get back to? I think if I do this, if we go back out. So I had no idea what happened because I was at this birthday party, and then my wife's out of town on a business trip because it's in Hawaii. I know, tough life, right? But because it's in Hawaii, she had to leave during the day today. Because otherwise, like, there's no flights that work out where she could get there in time for morning meetings on Monday. So I had the kids, and I'll be single parenting until midweek. So I just didn't get back onto OTP for a while. So I came back and I was like, oh, how did my playoff teams do? Because I saw that Perfect League playoffs were on and DishNet was presenting those, and Dish it always does such a fun job. And I thought, oh, let me see how my team did. And I had 3 playoff teams. My 2 wild cards got knocked out. So this was my last chance. I kind of peeked in on this team. This is my main team. It's in Iron. I had neglected it for a long time. And there we go. This is the pop-up that I got when I logged in. Your franchise time machine have won the Iron 78 League. Now I know we have people in here playing low diamond, high diamond leagues, and Max's was in perfect league. But I still say winning a World Series is winning a World Series. It is still an accomplishment over RNG and AI. So, and look how small the Iron trophy is. These trophies do get bigger as you win higher level leagues. But yeah, so I still think this is a good accomplishment. Thank you, Clay Dog, for the congratulations on my tiny trophy. So yeah, I popped in, and so this is a team where I actually, after our pack ripping session on Thursday, I went back and I finished a bunch of missions, and I put a lot of those mission cards onto the team. Like, and you can see there's the Yachty and the Giambi. I think Sweeney's a mission card. Javi's a mission card. Buddy Bell's a mission card. The Valentin I got from a pack rip. Alu's a mission card. These are all mission cards. Yeah, this Citrus Heights Golden Grizzlies, they don't even have a complete team, which I didn't even know you could do in League. Because I thought the AI fills in your roster if you don't submit a full roster. But they were worse than our scrub only team, 7 and 155. So you can even see here though in the graph, like this is where I finished the missions, and all of a sudden, our team took off. Oh, who did they beat? That is a good question. Who did they beat? All right, let's see. They beat the Paradise Klondikes, who went 83 and 179, so a good team. They beat them twice. They took the series 2-1. Wow. They shut out the Bellevue Ballers, who went 87 and 76. But man, they took a series versus the PAR team. They won 1 game in May against the Hampton Hens. Imagine being a quality team like that and then losing to them in a 3-game series. Totally brutal. Yeah, that's completely demoralizing. Hopefully they did not even look at the roster. Because, I mean, could you imagine peeking like, oh man, we lost a series today. Who did we play? Hold on. We got to go back to those box scores. Is it full of gym unknowns? Look at this. The win probably graph wasn't even close. They had it the whole way. Oh, look at all these gym unknowns. Gym unknown went 3 for 3. This gym unknown went 3 for 3. Yeah, Reb Jr., I didn't think you could either. I thought the AI always filled in your roster with... I didn't know you could do this. I was as surprised as you are. So yeah, this gym unknown went 3 for 3. Unbelievable. Could you imagine having a gym unknown go 3 for 3 against you? Oh, man. This gym unknown threw 2 1/3 scoreless innings. 51 pitches, 5 hits, and 3 walks, but no runs. And then closer Jim Unknown comes in, 4-pitch strikeout, done with the game. Get out of here. Amazing. Did that Jim Unknown come in with runners on base? Let's see. A 4-pitch strikeout to close out the game. Let's see. There was a single, a flyout, a fielder's choice, so still a runner at first. There were 2 men on. 2 men on for Danny Bautista. Granted, it's an iron level card, but then Jim Unknown came in, struck him out to end the game. Yeah, no, I don't think they were ever good because, I mean, even just looking at the calendar, they lost their first 2, 4, 6. They lost their first 8 games. Look, it's a straight line down. There's a couple flat points here on the graph. Like there's another flat point here in July that we got to look at. Where is this other? Maybe it was June. Where is that? Oh, look at this. They won 1 game again. They beat the PAR team again in June. They beat the Paradise Klondikes again in June. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine that? Like, you lose to them in April, not realizing how bad they're going to be. And then you face them again in June and lose again. Oh. I feel bad for... look, Team Art 121, if you're in the chat, I apologize. We're not laughing at you. We're laughing with you on this one. And look, Team Art, you went 83-79. You had a good season. For whatever reason, though, the Jim Unknowns had your number. What happened in the box score here? This Jim Unknown went 1 for 3 with a run and RBI without a home run. Oh, pinch hitting Jim Unknown gets a 2 RBI hit. Oh, man. Okay, you guys think I'm being a little too generous to Team Art? A pinch hit, 2 RBI pinch hit by Jim Unknown. Oh, man. So if I go to this team's batting stats, is it full of Jim Unknown stats? Or does it not keep track of Jim Unknown stats? Oh, yeah, it doesn't keep track of Jim Unknowns. That's a bummer. I would love to see the Jim Unknown stats. What pitcher gave it up? That's a good question. It's hard to tell when it happened because it just says Jim Unknown pinch hit. Jim Unknown pinch hit. Alright, let's look at the game log. Oh, wait. We can tell it's a 2 RBI hit. So it had to be the 9th. It had to be the top of the 9th. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, top of the 9th. It had to be the top of the 9th. That's the only inning it could be. So top of the 9th. All right, Bill McGonigal is pitching. He's a silver 73 pitcher. They bring in Buck Farmer. And they put Jose Guillen in the outfield. Jim Unknown singles. I didn't know that Jim Unknowns were left-handed. Oh, look, there's a switch hitting Jim Unknown, too. Okay, so the first Jim Unknown singles. The second one, pinch hit single. Another Jim Unknown singles again, first and second. Then the third Jim Unknown bunts, second and third. Then they intentionally walk the switch hitting Jim Unknown. This is also against Buck Farmer. And then Jim Unknown hits the 2 RBI single. So it's also off of Buck Farmer. That is craziness. And who knew so many gym unknowns were left-handed? Yes, intentionally walking a gym unknown is a crazy choice, Deli Sports. I wonder if they don't care if you tank an iron since there's no reason to really do it. Yeah, that's true. I mean, why tank an iron? That's true. Also, why did it tag some random person? Where I'm missing that Reb Junior. Where is that? So yeah, those are all off of Buck Farmer. How bad is Buck Farmer's card? It's not a bad card. I mean, it's a bronze, but it's not a terrible card. It tags someone with that account. I don't know what that means. It did it again. Oh wait, so what happened here? They went 81 and 81 in iron in 2029. Wait, how did they go 81 and 81 if they were last in everything? Can I see this season? Is there a way I can see this 2029 season? 1.42 ER in the season for Buck Farmer, but the Golden Grizz had their number. Specifically, those gym unknowns. Yeah, I don't know how they went 81 and 81. Did they sell their cards or something? That's the only thing I could think of is they didn't turn off um, duplicates only, sold their cards, and then never rebuilt their team. I don't know. Because I want to see the stats for this 81 and 81 version of the team. It really does look like, though, they sold off their team either on purpose or by mistake. I do love that. I thought, oh, I'll just show, that I won a World Series, and then we'll go back to the sim. But now this has turned into a deep dive of the Citrus Heights Golden Grizzlies. No, exactly, Dono. But yeah, M1 Keyboy. I would really like to know what. This is really fascinating to me. I was like Reb Junior. I didn't know that League Play lets you have gym unknowns. That's why I was surprised. That. But I guess if there are no other cards in the account, it has no cards to fill in. Well, so I won the division maybe because of that baffle, but it's not like I played them in the playoffs. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure it helped me win 102 games for sure. Um, this dude won 100 games, and the worst team in their division had 70. So I think this 100 wins is more impressive than my 102. Come on, y'all, stop rating on my World Series, will you? By the time the playoffs rolled around, the Citrus Heights Golden Grizz effect was very minimal, especially in the World Series. But yeah, I avoided falling prey to the wildcard meme. Managed to beat the wildcard team 3 games to 1. Then the Cedar Rapid Colonels we beat 4-2, and then a 7-game series against the Slappers TTC. What is this theme? I'm kind of curious. Is it all like low power hitters? Man, slappers were like first in all these offensive categories. Let's see. Knobloch had 54 power. Pesky had 20 power. Jackie had 52 power. Tori had 48 power. Actually, let's just go to their lineup and look at it at once instead of doing this one at a time. Yeah, so the highest power is 60. So that, I guess that's their rule. No power above 60. I don't think it doesn't seem like you have any pitching rule. Unless it's like maybe you have to have home run suppression above 70 or something. But who's DS slow? Does anyone know DS slow? Oh yeah, okay. Batting power under less than or equal to 60. Oh, velocity less than or equal to 91 to 93. Uh-oh, Robbie Ray snuck in there. Manoa Lester snuck in there. They broke their own rule unless they forgot to update this. That's a good idea to put your theme team rule in there. Yeah, thanks, Smiley Face Jane, for pointing that out. So yeah, the slow pitch slappers is who we played in the World Series. It took us to 7 games. So let's see what that looked like. We won game 1 11-6. We had a lot of rest. Oh no, they had a lot of rest. No, we had a lot of rest. This is us. Did they have a lot of rest? Let's see. Yeah, I mean they had 1 day rest. They did play all 7 games though. Yeah, so there was just the 1 day break. But I think that's enough to rest at least your batters, right? For the most part. So, okay, now we're looking at their info. So they lost game 1. So we're up 1-0. Then it's 1-1. Then it's 2-2. Then they go up 3-2. So they were up 3-2, and then we lost 2 elimination games by 1 run each. So that's pretty clutch, even without any gym unknowns playing against us. Oh, look at this! Look at this! They were way ahead. They were up 6-1, and we scored 4 in the bottom of the 5th. Right after they scored 4 in the top of the 5th, and we walked it off in the bottom of the 9th. That was an elimination game that we walked off. Look at this. Georgia Tech legend Charlie Blackmon hitting 172. Very nice. And, you know, like a lot of these mission cards I added, Buddy Bell only hit 192. Oh, wait. Oh, this is postseason batting, though. This is not regular season batting. So this is small sample size. Yeah, I forget what I said. These are super small sample sizes. I thought these were season stats, but... Wow, 4 2/3, 6 earned runs. So much for my future legend card that I started. He got rocked. So yeah, so that's a 1 run game that we walked off in the bottom of the 9th, and then we won 1-0 in game 7. We scored that run in the bottom of the 6th. Sweeney got the RBI. Did he walk a run in? Either that or maybe a sac fly or something. Let's see. When did we score our run? The bottom of the 6th. He didn't have a hit, but he got the game-winning RBI. Javi Baez lit off with a triple, and then a sac fly by Mike Sweeney won the game. against ineligible pitcher John Lester with a 92, 94 mile per hour velocity. But I think the star of this season is, of course, the Golden Grizzlies. Like I was looking at this, but then I'm like, look at this. I mean, this league, this division, 83 wins, 85 wins, 86 wins. I remember at the time, I was just like in the mix with all these teams. We probably had like, 50, 60 wins at the time. And then I finished all those missions, and then we take off. But this team has been plugging away straight downhill. I don't think we finished looking at their schedule, right? Let me go back and look at. I think we got to June or July. So they had one win in June, which is against this Paradise Klondike's team. That's 3 losses now to this mostly Jim Unknown's team. And then in July they win 1 game against the Iowa Hawkeyes, who went 86 and 77. So again, respectable season. And then in August they win 1 game against the Warsaw Walrus, who went 83 and 79 again. Respectable record. Jay Tebow. We've seen Jay Tebow in some of the chats. So Jay Tebow lost to this Jim Unknown's team. And then in September, they had a winless September. And then a winless. Oh, look, Paradise Klondike's finally took care of business in the final season of the final series of the season. The Paradise Klondikes come through, including 11-0 win here. Wow, they waited till the 6th inning to score, though. Let me guess, was there a real pitcher starting? Yeah, oh, look at this. McGonigal and Thornton, 2 real pitchers. Oh, no, wait, sorry. It was Citrus Heights. Yeah, so Ranger Suarez, who went 2 and 28, started. 6 2/3, 4 earned runs. And then the Jim Unknowns came in and just debacled. Let's see, how did the Jim Unknowns do at bat? We had a 1 for 4 and a 1 for 3. I can't believe we saw a 3 for 3 Jim Unknown performance. That was pretty awesome. Let's go back. I'm going to screenshot that. I've never seen a Jim Unknown go 3 for 3. Look at this. Jim Unknown 3 for 3. Can I get the graph in too? I think I can. Oh yeah, we get the news story. The timely hitting of Jim Unknown helped the Citrus Heights Golden Grizzlies down the Paradise Klondike. Could you imagine reading a recap and it's celebrating Jim Unknown against you? Unknown said the win provided the team a morale boost. Amazing. Oh, this is the best. Alright, I gotta get this screenshot too. This is pretty good. Nice. Is this the one that also had the intentional walk? I should screenshot that as well. Or was that a different game? Oh, that was a different game. I think that was the second time they met in June. Yeah, that's the 2. Yeah, let's screenshot. That's the game log. We're looking up the 2 RBI base hit by Jim Unknown. Here you go. Top of the 9th. I'm trying to get just the. Let me see. There we go. That's what I want. This intentional walk is amazing. To a switch hitting Jim Unknown, too. I mean, how is it that so many Jim Unknowns are left handed batters? There's 3 in a row there. Then a switch hitter. Then finally a right hander down here. Yes, they are. They are the gold standard for low ball. They were worse than the all scrub team because the all scrub team in OTP25 won 11 games. The Golden Grizzlies won 7 games. I wish it would. Wait, does it give us a profile for Jim Unknown? Because I would love to create a Jim Unknown in. Wait, this is a pitching profile. I want to see. What if we go back to the box score? If you click on a Jim Unknown. See, these are pitching ratings. Wait, Bob Lefty Low. Oh, this is a real player? Can I not get batting profile? I just want to be able to create a Jim Unknown in the. Here's the secondary ratings. Here's the pitching ratings, but I want the hitting ratings. If you do a mouse hover, it doesn't give you anything. If you mouse hover over a real player, it gives you at least a snapshot here. But these Jim Unknowns doesn't give you anything. Yeah. Anyway, what I intended to be. Hey, I won a World Series. Ended up being, what is going on with the Citrus Heights Golden Grizzlies? But yeah, I think this lineup is mostly mission cards at this point. Overall, it's a mission card. These are all mission cards I got that Thursday after the pack rip session. I either got them during the pack rip or then I completed a bunch of missions after I stopped streaming. So it goes to show, I mean, early cycle, if you're a low enough level, the mission cards can take you pretty far. So we had a Future Legend card mixed in. There's another Future Legend card up here. I don't think the Phil Necro is a mission card. I think we got that from a pack pull. This is a live Spencer Strider that I got from a pack pull. Man, how brutal that he got hurt again. And a hamstring, that's not the kind of thing like you come back from for sure. Like you keep coming back and then it's too soon because you never know, and then you re-aggravate it and then you're off on the shelf again. So who knows how long he's going to be out for now. Like that's awful for him. I mean, I'm a Mets fan, so I don't like the Braves, but I feel bad for that dude. Anyway, that was a little tour of that team there. My other wildcard teams, I think one made it to the league championship series and lost, and the other I think was knocked out in the wildcard round. So let's go ahead and fire up this simulation. When did this fire? Late night. What? Oh, this fired, I think, when we started streaming. So this is probably not very far in. This is the draft I'm usually doing while watching Ezra Denny stream because it fires at 10 and I start streaming at 10. So I think this is that one. Oh, we made it to round 2. That's cool. Every time I see this Axe logo, I assume it's Macadcar, but I don't think this is Macadcar. You know how I know it's not Macadcar? Because I won. I cannot beat Macadcar. Doesn't matter the format or the. I cannot beat Macadcar. You think even RNG, right? Once in a while, I might beat Macadcar. Nope. I think once ever. I could probably, without exaggeration, I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've beaten Macadcar out of like the tons of times that we've faced each other. Macadcar and Mill Basin Yankees have my number for whatever reason. And this is a perfect draft, right? So it's not even like Macadcar's cards are better than mine. We had an equally good chance to get a good draft. But Macadcar usually knocks me out. But again, that wasn't Macadcar, so I did not beat Macadcar. I just brought it up because of the Axe logo. All right, new game. New quick start game. We use the create a roster quick start because the settings are the same. And this will be experiment all bench. Oops. All bench BO1. And let me save that name in case we need it to make a quick start or something. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. Could be anything. I won't be shocked if it's like 30 or 40 wins. I won't be shocked if it's like 70 or 80 wins. Could be anything. All right, we're taking over the White Sox. Commissioner mode cannot be fired. Let's go ahead and up the mailbox real quick. The quick start does not save mailbox settings, and it does not save manager options settings. Which is fine, you just have to remember that those are not saved. Alright, and we're going to go into the White Sox roster, delete out the roster. We're going to replace it with our created players. And let's start building the team. All player creation happens from the manager, GM and manager actions, sign a free agent. This free agency screen, if you're in commissioner mode, has this actions pull down menu to the right where you can either import players from baseball history or you can create fictional players. So we'll be using the create function tonight. Just like last night, we'll do the pitching staff first. So we'll go starting pitcher, average age, bench level. 5 of those. By the way, do you want to know how good Smiley Face Jane is at pack giveaway games? Smiley Face Jane was clearly just like putting in not just random answers, but like intentionally wrong answers. Like all scrub level guessed first place for batting average, home runs. First place as in the highest batting average, most home runs. Like clearly not even not trying, but like intentionally trying to score poorly and still won second place in 3 packs. That was one of the best things I've seen in our pack giveaways in a long time. That was great. All right, let's see what we got here. I mean, top stuff, top home run suppression, top PBAB, top control. The stamina is a little low, but we're going to go Josh Linney. And we got a left-hander right out of the gates here. So we don't have to stretch to get one later if we want one. Now, the only thing I want to label here is... You know what? Maybe I should label scrub because it also makes it easier to spot them in the all-star voting and stuff. So even though they are all scrubs, I am going to label them scrub. Not so much for the roster, but for like things like all-star voting and awards. It makes it easier to spot our players. So we'll do that. And then we'll just add him to our White Sox. Are there any like well-known White Sox fans in the OTP community? I'm trying to remember if I know of anybody who's a White Sox fan. All right, let's create another. So we got a good lefty. I mean, good for bench level. It's all relative. Everything I say in these streams is relatively speaking. So for bench level, that was a good pitcher. Let's try to get as lucky on this next batch. Not as lucky, but not terrible. That we have decent control still. That was a big thing for bench level. We had so many batches where every control was 20. These are way better. So the real question here is, do we want to go 45 home run suppression or 40? Do you want 5 more home run suppression or 5 more stuff? Right, because Antonio Campaign has 45 home run suppression, whereas Miguel Hernandez has 40 stuff. Otherwise, they're kind of identical. Although I guess Antonio has higher stamina. Or we could go down here to Nick Bainan, who's just 45s across the board. His stamina is a 50, though. Oh, his control's a 35. I think you want to stay up here in the 45 control group. Thing is, we already took a lefty. Do I want two lefties right out of the gates? All right, let's go with Antonio. I just noticed it's not Campaign. It's Cumpian. Antonio Cumpian is our guy. We're going to go higher home run suppression, lower stuff. That might come back to bite us because we have noticed before that low stuff does tend to get hammered. But the 70 stamina is also kind of attractive here. So oh, I put scrub for the last one. It's actually bench. I need to go back and correct that. Let's go back to the White Sox roster. Smyface Jane, if you're still in the chat, are you going to stream tonight? Because I would be happy to raid into you if you are. Okay, so now our roster should be set. There you go. Bench, starting pitcher, bench, starting pitcher. Good. Let's go ahead and create another one of those. But you can already see, right? Like the shapes are not all high stuff and then low everything else that like we saw in OOTP26. You'll especially see that when if you play creator roster and your legend pitchers definitely have more shapes than they did in OOTP25. Average age, bench level. The AI gives Alfred 2.5 stars, but I guess maybe because of the control here. This 50 stuff is tempting, but the 30 control, I think I'd rather go Leatherman. Are we going to have 3 lefties in our rotation? Oh my goodness. We're about to have 3 lefties on our staff here. I mean, I think it's Leatherman, though. Highest control, second highest PBAB, second highest home run suppression, second highest stuff. Okay, we've got Leatherman and Campaign in the pitching rotation. I don't know what kind of theme we're going for here, but all right, bench level starting pitcher. All right, that's 3 lefties. Hopefully, we get a good right-hander in the next batch here. All right, 5 of these. Oh man, the best pitcher by far is another lefty. Look how much better he is than the other bench level guys. I mean, this is clearly a bench level group. This one dude, though, 75 control, 50 PBAB, 55 home run suppression. I mean, this is a no brainer, but like, why is he in a bench level group? I'm screenshotting this. It's so crazy. Highest stamina, highest hold, highest everything except stuff. But 75 control. Jeez. What a find at bench level. That's the craziest thing I've seen in quite a while across all these creator roster or all across all these player creation tests. 75 control. Wow. Okay, that should be 4. We have 4. Is that real? Do we have 4 lefties in our rotation? Look at that craziness. Oh, I forgot to make him... Did I not hit enter when I updated his name? You have to enter after changing a name, otherwise it won't hold. But that's the only... The names appear to be the only attributes where you have to do that. You can change their numericals just tabbing through and it's fine. All right, let's make our last starting pitcher all lefties. Come on, give me a right-hander. Give me a decent righty. Okay, the whole group is pretty flat. Again, though, the best pitcher is Josh Gallion. His profile is similar to the others, but he has the top stamina. The one you could argue is might be better is Trevor Gregory with a slightly better home run suppression, but he's more splitty and has lower stamina and lower hold. But I think I am going to go Trevor Gregory here, partly to get a righty in the rotation. But also because I want that home run suppression, even if he is splitty. Oh, he's from England, too. Nice. We'll start him if we ever play the UK series again. Okay, Okay, our starting rotation is done. I don't know how you all feel about your guesses based on that, but... All right, let's go ahead and do our relievers. Now, one thing we did notice is you get a greater proportion of lefties in your relievers than you do in your closers. So I wonder if we should crank out a couple closers first to try to make sure we get some righties. Let me do that. Let me get a couple. Oh wait, I forgot to delete the other guys. All right, let's get some closers because these should be right-handed. All right, 5 bench level closers looking for right-handers. Yep, all right-handed. 50 control, 45 PBAB at 45 home run suppression, 40 stuff. He is splitty, but I think we're going to have to take that to get that control. Jose Udero is our dude. Does not have a good fastball. I hope that doesn't come back to bite us. All right. Let me get one more righty, and then I'll feel better about cranking out some relievers instead of closers. Again, all righty. See, this is one example of why those experiments were helpful. Just going in knowing, right, these are mostly going to be righties. So far, they've been all righties. It was, I think, of the closers, 12% were lefties, and of the relievers, it was like a quarter, or maybe more, through lefty. It was a pretty big difference. I'm going to go here with top control, top PBABIP, second best home run suppression, top stuff. We'll take a hit on stamina, but I don't mind that. Ma Huan Kwai is our dude. And now we can generate some relievers because now it can be lefty or righty. In fact, I do want some lefties in the pen, even though our rotation is mostly lefty. I still want that option for the AI to bring in some southpaws if we have to. I mean, I'm assuming a lot on the part of the AI that they would do the right left right matchups, but I mean, I have to build the roster hoping for that. So now we should start seeing some lefties at a higher rate. Not yet though. This is another batch of all righties. We're seeing some stuff again. I think though I would trade 5 stuff for 10 more control. So let's go Adam Ritter. Oops. Now I am looking for some lefties in the pen. We don't have any right now. And again, this is an advantage I get that you do not get while playing Creator Roster. You have to set these things in advance when you play Creator Roster. But this is a different experiment. It's Creator Roster-esque in that we're doing 5 at a time and deleting 4. But I'm not making myself follow any of the Creator Roster rules other than that. Oh, this is what I was talking about though when we said Destination League, right? Major League Baseball is one of them. I think this is why it's actually a good thing that they've upped the level of the scrubs, because you want Major League level scrubs. And the scrubs that we're getting in OTP25 were definitely like sub Major League level. And that's not what I think what anyone wanted. So it's a great change for OTP. It's just it's a wrench in the works for low ball. Okay, now we got some bad control here, right? We got used to seeing some 40s and 45s to choose from. Oh, I've been saying I want a lefty. I can get 45 control, 45 home run, 45 PBABIP. It's still the top control in the group, and he's not splitty. The stamina's low, but we're going to go Russ Littlewood. And that's an unfortunate last name, Littlewood. Speaking of Littlewood, the other night in stream, I discovered another player in baseballreference.com who I think is going to make the not safe for work team. I forgot his first name now. I have to look it up again. It is. It might still be up on my BREF window. Bill Dingus. William Morris Dingus is his given name. Bill Dingus. Welcome to. Poor guy. Are you talking about Littlewood? Claydon? Yeah, Littlewood. Russ Littlewood is an unfortunate name for sure. Oh, Dingus? Yeah, Dingus is pretty bad too. They're both unfortunate. In fact, should Littlewood also be on the team? I kind of feel like maybe Littlewood should be on there too. I kind of like the Littlewood name because it's not like so obviously bad, but yet it's still pretty bad. Oh wait, this is a fictional player though. I kept thinking it's a real name. Wait, is there a Littlewood in VREF? No, no. Okay, there's no Littlewood in real. Oh my God, there is. Oh, they're all minor leaguers though. Marcus Littlewood, Mike Littlewood, and Mike Littlewood. Two Mike Littlewoods. But it doesn't look like any of them made it to the majors. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. Let's take another relief pitcher. Now, how does our bullpen look? We've got... Oh, man, I forgot to put bench on all these guys. I got lazy because everyone's the same level, but I still want to have this on here. Okay. So in our pen, we've got righty, lefty, lefty, righty, righty. Okay. Clydog, I think you might have been AFK earlier when I... So I read this guy's name incorrectly as Antonio Cumpain. I thought it said Cumpain. And then the next batch we generated had Josh Leatherman in it. So I was like, what is going on with our theme here? But then it's Cumpian, not Cumpain. So... With studs like these, you should move that team to Burlington, Delaware, and rename them the Slugging Monarchs. I think I'm missing the joke on that one. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Claydon. I didn't even think about putting those initials together. That is amazing. That is great. Oh, awesome. All right. Oh, look at this. It's trying to make... Wait, was 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, I guess Leatherman was one of the starting pitchers. Yeah, he is. Oh, okay. He was named right. It was just, it was cut off on the screen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's there, but it's not visible. Okay, so we got a couple lefties in the bullpen now, so I feel all right about that. In fact, let's just put the starters in the rotation. So we've got one lefty in the pen. I would like to have one more. At least one more. So definitely reliever then, so we have a greater chance of a lefty. The other issue we ran into with the scrub players, and we'll probably run into the bench players, is at the lower levels we had a lot less position flexibility. And so that might make rostering a little difficult too. Here we go. A lefty with 55 stuff and 35 control. Top control, top stuff. That's our guy, Tyler Bernard. Oh, look at Brian McM. And the rest of his name. We're not going to take him there. We're going Tyler Bernard. All right. We're going to just add the bench to the end of his name. And assign him to the White Sox. Okay. Now, at least from a stuff and control perspective, I don't think we saw much difference between closers and relievers. The biggest difference was that lefty-righty mix. So I'm indifferent at this point now that we have our two lefties, whether we generate closers or relievers. So, one thing we should do, I think I'll rerun those pivots to see if there's a stamina difference between closers and relievers. Because we have the data, we have the pivot set up, we can just re-pivot around other attributes. I actually wouldn't mind taking another lefty at this point, so we'll just do a relief pitcher and see what we get. I still... The Burlington, Delaware Slugging Monarchs is still making me laugh. That was really good. All right, Nelson Maldonado here with the 50 stuff to go with top control. I guess is the reason Didkowski is listed above, because I guess it's defaulting the listing by overall. Is it just alphabetical first, or is the stamina make that difference? Because I think the AI usually loves stuff. So I'm thinking it's maybe alphabetical within the 2-star. But I think it's Maldonado. Yeah, oh, Clay, you should be proud of that one. That's a really good one. Burlington, Delaware, I think, might have come pretty quickly, but like Slugging Monarchs actually sounds like a minor league team name and fits perfectly. That's really good. All right, nephew of Candy Maldonado. Welcome to the White Sox. There are probably a lot of Maldonados. I just always think of Candy first. Probably because the name Candy is so awesome. But okay, now we still only got 2 righties. We're going to start with 12 pitchers. We might add a 13th eventually. But you can already see this pitching staff, the ratings look way better than the scrub level. And not just like one level higher. These look significantly better. And way better than OOTP26 bench level for sure. This would have been a lot more orange in OOTP25. And this 75 control, I think this is like a real lucky RNG. But to get 75 control, 55 home run suppression at bench level is crazy. But, RNG happens. We did see outliers when we did the 8,000 players at a time. So it's not like it's impossible, but man, what a lucky pick. Or a lucky batch of players there that we picked from. All right, I would, again, like to get one more reliever with our 12th pitcher here. So let's go reliever instead of closer again. That basically doubles the chances we'll get a lefty. Nope, did not work. All righties. Lots of stuff here. Now here's the thing. I don't think 5 control points is worth 10 home run suppression. So I probably will go Bill Schroeder here. And not go top control for a change. But we get top stuff, top home run suppression, top P-BABIP, and second best control. We give up a little bit on splittiness and a little bit on stamina, but I like this guy's profile better. So we'll take Bill Schroeder. Playing his piano. All right. All right, we'll start with those 12, and then let's build some batters now. We'll start with our 2 catchers. See what that gets us. Yeah, we'll have to switch to a batter view. Okay, pretty slightly below average batters here, so let's look at the defense. You know what? The top defensive catcher is also the top contact catcher. And the power and I are below average, but not bad. So we'll go Danny Ramos. Now, what I'd like to do is, he's pretty splitty VL, is I'd like to find a VR catcher and just have a platoon. I'm not sure we'll get that, but let's see. All right, we got 2 left-handed batters. But our top hitter is definitely right-handed. 55 contact, 50 power, 40 eye. Second best defensive catcher. Even though Jeff Perfect is a lefty. Jeff Perfect. Amazing. He would be a decent platoon. He is VR splitty. But I think we got to go best player here, which is George Munoz. Or Jorge Munoz. I apologize. Jorge Munoz. 50 power, 55 BABIP. Second best defender. Check out that arm. We know it seems like framing and blocking are less important this cycle. Arm seems a little more important with stolen bases relevant again. So, I like this guy. In fact, we may make him the starter, depending on what the rest of our lineup looks like. All right, so let's go first baseman now. If we get one that can't field, we'll assume that's going to be our DH, and we'll generate another one. Ooh, 65 power, 55 eye. The contact suffers at 40. The avoid strikeouts is terrible. This is the 3 true outcomes guy. Strikeout, walk, or home run here. He's super splitty. He's a super splitty lefty. Crushes righties. 70 power versus righties. Now, the best overall hitter is this 55 contact, 50 power first baseman. But power is hard to find, so I'm going to go ahead and take Jeff Porter. And then we're going to look for a right-handed first baseman to platoon him with. fact, let me go back and consult my third baseman pivot tables because I want to remind myself what proportion of third baseman also played first base. So let me open up a Google sheet here. I know this is off screen. But I'll put it up in a second here. I'm looking for infield pivots. Let me see if I can share this. So I'm looking for third base positions. Okay. Okay. A third had some third base or some first base ability, but that's at legend level. I think it's getting a little squished here. Let me resize it so you can see. Okay. So a third of, but we know that these numbers tend to come down as you go down levels. So let's see what that looks like at bench level. Oh, okay. Still about a third play some first base. All right, so I'm going to generate a third baseman or two, hoping that we get one that does both. We know when we generate first baseman, they're not going to have a ton of position flexibility. But a third, and we get a batch of 5. Right, so that means let's just assume it's 1/3. It was a little higher. It was 36%, but it was a little higher. The probability that you don't get any that can play first base is 0.667 to the 5th power, right? So there's a 13% chance of the 5 first basemen, none of them play first base. So let's try that out. Now, it's still probabilistic. It could still happen, right? We could get unlucky and be in that 13%. But I trust this data. It's from 8,000 data points. And when you consider it similar to the legend level, that's another 8,000 data points. But we could still get unlucky here, but let's see what happens. Okay, wow, 75 contact. No power or eye, but... Now, can Scott Bish also play first base? Nope, he's third base only. Jason Knupp can play second and short. Ed Lopez is third base only. Oscar Reyes can play first and right field. He's a potential 71st baseman. And then Ramirez is another second and shortstop guy. But on this one, Scott Bish is good enough that I almost don't... Oh, there's also a 70 power Jason Knupp. No, this is tough. I mean, we just took a three true outcomes guy at first base, but he has less power. He's a 65 power, 55 eye guy. This guy is even more powerful. But can we pass up 75 contact? And he's not very splitty. He's a lefty who's not very splitty. And he's a top defender. Okay, I'm going with Scott Bish. I want this guy. I want this Wade Boggs on our team. Because look, I still believe power is more important, more valuable than contact. But I also believe you need a mix of players. You need guys to get on base for the power guys to drive you in. And this is like elite contact and BABIP. So we're gonna take Bish. Ooh, that's what is that? I lost my parentheses bench that I saved earlier. All right. Would anyone in chat have gone with the power guy instead? I can totally understand why. I think in OOTP25 I would have gone with the power instead, but some of our early experiments show that contact is now almost as valuable, or if not more valuable than power, which actually might indicate a change in the order of operations too, for contact to now be more important. But okay, so now we have our first baseman and our third baseman. Let's come back to the backup first base idea. Let's generate a couple shortstops and build out our middle infield first. See what that looks like. Again, this is a benefit we give ourselves that we don't get when we play creator roster. The ability to kind of switch around and bounce around the lineup. All right, let's see. We've got 2 average or better defenders. Our best hitter is 55 contact, 50 power, 40 eye, with 45 defense, or arguably 45 contact, 55 power, 55 eye. But he's a 35 defender. So I think it's Weisenblatt. He can also play second and third, which is great because then we won't need another backup third baseman. And he still brings 50 power. A much better glove than Register. In particular, well, no, they both have terrible turn double play. All right, we're going to go Rosenblatt. And the better glove. It's only 5 more power we're giving up for 10 more contact. Well, we're also giving up 15 more eye, though. Oh, he's also super splitty. So yeah, Register's super splitty. So I'm going to go Rosenblatt. I feel fine about this. Or sorry, Weinblatt. I kept saying Rosenblatt. Weinblatt. We're going to go Weinblatt. And he might end up being our starting second baseman, actually, with that 50 second base. All right, let's do another shortstop. Based on what we learned about the cross position ability of middle fielders, I'm going to mostly be creating shortstops, I think. Unless I definitely need a specific second baseman or something. All right, 5 bench level shortstops again. All right, our top fielder is also our top BABIP guy. So let me see what Kevin Campbell looks like. He's shortstop only, but he's a 50, which is really good in OOTP26. Or pretty good. Top BABIP. Our best power guy is only 15 more power. But he's 10 less defense, 10 less contact, 15 less BABIP. So, although he is a bit of a Swiss Army knife, but he's bad at those positions. So we'll go ahead and take Campbell. That also lets me switch our other shortstop to second base now, because this is our starting shortstop. All right, so let me switch that other guy to shortstop. Weinblatt is now our second baseman. And oh man, I didn't label any of these guys. What was I doing? Or maybe I did and I forgot to hit enter. Okay. Oh, it bothers me that this one guy is just in title case. The others are in all caps. So I feel compelled to fix that. Jason Porter. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. All right. Hit enter. So around the horn we have starters now, which is nice. In fact, let's go to the outfield and see if we can get at least some like baseline credible starters, and then we'll see if we can get better players next. But at least we'll have good starters that we can be looking for backups for if they're not better. Again, because of position flexibility, we're going to generate center fielders mostly here. Super Splitty 60 power guy. He's got 70 power versus righties. That's Pat Chavez. Alex Malave 65 contact, 65 BABIP. Our best outfield range guy is Raul Santana, 55 contact, 50 BABIP. I do like Malave quite a bit here. He could be our starting left fielder. But the alternative is we go power with Chavez. He's a much worse fielder. And he's super splitty. Now, granted, the splits versus righties. Oh, you know what? Could he be our... No, he doesn't play first base. I thought he could be our platoon partner, but... I think I like Malave here. And I think I like plugging him in left field. Before we do that, though, let's make sure we can get ourselves a good center fielder. In case he ends up being the best we get. Defensively, I mean. Okay, some 50 defensive center fielders we can look at here, including one with 60 contact, 60 BABIP. He's a 50 center fielder, which is not bad. That was Turgan Bravo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We are testing out the player generation engine in OOTP26 just using all bench level players and seeing how good or bad of a team we can come up with. So that was Hannah. Let's look at I don't think Napolis is an option with a 25 defense. But I do want to take a look at the other 50 power guy who has 50 defense. Okay, he's actually a decent outfielder. Potential for 70 left field, 60 right field, 50 center field. So let's see. We'd be giving up 10 contact and 15 eye for 20 power. I really like the ability to get on base of this Hannah guy. 60 contact, 55 eye. So we're going to go Hannah. And his center field is good enough that he can start in center. He's not a speedster, but at least he can get on base at the top of the lineup somewhere. Maybe in the 2-hole. And frankly, I'm not really looking for base stealing, so he might lead off with just an on-base focus and not really caring about his base stealing. We're going to be probably playing sabermetric anyway, so I'd be fine with that. All right, let's do one more center fielder. And if he's a corner outfielder, we'll stick him in right or left. If he's a true center fielder, we'll revisit Hannah. Okay, 5 of these. Ooh, 80 power. We're taking this guy even if he has to be a DH. And it's not splitty. 80 versus lefties, 80 versus righties. Jose Acevedo. He can play left or right pretty well. He just has to train up, which he'll have time to do during the season. Yeah, this is our dude. We found our right fielder. What was his arm? Yeah, 60 arm. No problem. I like this guy. He's going to be our power hitting right fielder. 80 power is essentially 45 to 55 bombs. Maybe 40 to 50 bombs. 50 to 60 bombs, you start, I think, talking about above scale 80 or 85 power, but this could be mid-50s bombs. Yeah, for a bench level, this is a pretty good bat we're getting here. Now, what I probably want to do is we're going to put Acevedo in right field. And Malave in left field. Now, we're still looking for a DH. Because of that third base, first base thing, I think we're going to go to third base to look for our DH. Because if he can field decently, he might be a backup third baseman. He might be a first. He might even start at third or first. We're not stuck with like a failed DH whose only position is first base. So let's try a third baseman again. Again, this is the benefit we get of being able to decide what positions we're creating, unlike in Create a Roster where you have to submit those in advance. Okay, the bats are not super impressive, nor are the gloves, so I think we're just looking for position flexibility here. I mean, I guess Lattimore could be a decent DH or a starter with 60 home run power, but the 40 contact, that's going to be like a 200 hitter, so I don't love that. All right, Lattimore can play first. He is right-handed. Our starting first baseman is... our starting first baseman is a switch hitter. But I believe he was splitty against righties. And then Lattimore is splitty versus lefties. So he's our platoon mate at first base because he can play first base well. So we're going to take Lattimore and platoon him at first. And as a bonus, he can back up at third when he's not starting at first. Perfect roster player for us. Robbie Lattimore. I added that B by mistake. Okay, so we're going to add Robbie Lattimore. And just so I don't forget, I'm going to make his position first base. And he'll be our platoon mate with Porter. Now, do I generate another third baseman looking for our DH? Or we could generate more outfielders too. Now, we did notice if you keep going center field, it doesn't diminish the bat. It just gives you more position flexibility. I thought maybe right fielders would generate more, better hitters than center fielders, but that was not the case. So yeah, our DH could come from the outfield, and if not, if he's a good just pure defensive outfielder, we can always use a backup defensive outfielder. There is a 65 power Grant Pencil. He's very splitty. Our top defender is Keith Caston, who does have 55 contact, 50 eye. Yeah, he's a very good defensive outfielder. Potential for 70, 50, 65. I think we just take this guy as a backup across the outfield, and then now we don't have to worry about finding backup outfielders. We could just search for bats. So, and frankly, he's a good contact hitter. So, we might even end up starting him. But I like the profile here. Now, do we have a really splitty VL bat in the outfield that we could pair Pencil with? Acevedo is... No, he's pretty even on the power and contact split, so he's not splitty, which I like. Hannah. Oh, Hannah's pretty splitty VL. Plus 10 contact, plus 15 I. What would that look like if we take Pencil to platoon? So Pencil is plus 40 power V right. And then Hannah is better in everything VL. How is their center field defense? He's still a 45 defender. His range is the same. He just has less arm, but he has better error. All right, we're going to take Pencil instead and platoon him in center. So we'll platoon first base and center field. I think we can, with our 13, maybe 14 batters, I think we can carry a few platoons. In fact, I'm going to start building our roster here. So at catcher, Actually, I'm gonna go to my one of my own views here, a basic batter split view here. So it's definitely Munoz versus lefties at catcher. It's Munoz versus righties too, but I don't mind if Ramos actually switches off each day. So we're gonna just start Ramos, but we're gonna switch Munoz in every other day versus righties, and he's gonna start every day versus lefties. At first base, it's Lattimore versus lefties. And Porter versus righties. At second base, it's Weinblatt versus both for now. I think we could probably do better here on offense than Weinblatt. It's Campbell at short. I like him versus both. Sorry, I skipped past Bish at third. He's not very splitty, so he's going to start versus both. And I like him. He's plug and play. 75 contact at third base, which I really like. Okay, this is where Malave for now is our starting left fielder. I would like to find a VL left fielder to go with him. In fact, I'm going to leave it blank just to remind myself we want that. Pencil's my VR center fielder. Oops, I grabbed Acevedo. Pencil. VR center field. And Hannah's VL center field. And then Acevedo right now, I actually don't mind him versus both in right. We don't have a clear-cut DH yet, and we're 11 batters in. Let's go find our VL left fielder. And we're still going to generate him with center field to get that boost in defensive position flexibility. The bat quality, as far as we saw, did not suffer when we did that. Although that was at the legend level. Maybe it does suffer at the bench level. All right, we're looking VL here. So we're looking right-handed batters. Ooh, there's a 65 defender here, Dan Ness. Wait, why did he show up as a 65 defender? That was stealing. Sorry, he's a 65 stealer. All right, Mike Strutz is a 55 contact batter, 45 defense. He's right-handed. He's very strong VL, 15 contact points higher, 5 eye better, 5 power better. I like him as our VL left fielder. Huge range. The weak arm, I would not want him in right field. I don't mind him in left. So I think it's going to be Mike Strutz. Persinger, I like the power, but we already have enough lefty bats for now. Dan Ness is too flat offensively. Yeah, it's Mike Strutz, I think. Let's go look at Martinez real quick. Yeah, for a platoon partner especially, I think he's the splittiest of the bunch. Yeah. All right, Strutz it is. So Stretz is our VL left fielder. Now we don't have anyone in DH yet, so that's who we're going to look for next. So let's just look for the best next bat we can find. Trying to remember, I don't think there was a significant difference in power between third base and first base. I think. Oh no, there was. First base had more above scale power. So let's generate a first baseman, knowing that we can always put Lattimore at third or second if we have to. Porter is stuck at first. It's a bit of a dice roll though, because first base position flexibility is not good. There are a ton of first base only first basemen, but we're looking for some power here. And first base is where we go to get it. So it's a bit of a risk. We might end up with a few first basemen. But let's roll the dice. And hope to find our DH here. Oh, wait, you know what? At bench level, that power doesn't exist. I forgot about that. Even at first base. So, yeah, I almost wasted a pick here on a first baseman. Let's see. So then from a position flexibility, it might be another shortstop. Let's see. The shortstop bench median power was 45. For third baseman at bench, the median was 55. But the thing is, we're not going to get much higher than that. But going to first base at bench level still feels like a bit of a waste. So let's see. Bench level third baseman we had 324 at 60 as an example. And first base had 275 at 60. At shortstop at 60, it was 181. So it's already low. It's even lower for shortstops. For second base, it's about the same. What does our... Let's have the AI generate depth charts based on this, and then let's see where our holes are. Okay, since we don't have a DH. Alright, Lattimore can back up Weinblatt at second. Okay, we do need another middle infielder backing up versus lefties because Lattimore's our starting first baseman. We have a starting player backing up 3 different positions versus lefties. So let's just get another shortstop. Hope the bat's good enough that it can DH on the days off. So let's start there. We do need another middle infielder. Oh, 80 power. There's our DH. Splitty, but not super splitty, but splitty versus righties, which is where we want it. He's not going to be that backup infielder we're looking for. He can stand out those positions, but he's our DH. 3 true outcome guy. 25 avoid K, 80 power, 55 I. I actually could not have designed a better shortstop to be our DH, I think. This is great. We're taking Brandis. I mean, how good is Villa's defense here? He's a 55 third base and 55 shortstop. Wouldn't have helped us at second base. Is a great stealer and base runner, but we're no way we're passing on Brandis here to DH. And he's perfect too, because his defense is so bad, I have no qualms about putting him at DH. Because sometimes, like, you put a guy with a good glove on at DH, and you're like, oh, like, could I be using him somewhere else? Not this guy. His highest best use is as a DH. Oh, I love this guy for DH. So we're going to slot him in here. He can DH VL and VR. We'll worry about the order later, but our starting lineups are set. Right now, everyone has a starting role, which is nice. I forgot to label Pencil as a bench player. And also Mike Strutz as a bench player. Okay, so now the question is, we have 12 pitchers and 13 batters. Here's the depth chart versus... It's actually pretty full, because Brandis can... Or Lattimore. And VR is going to be Lattimore, because Lattimore doesn't have a starting role. VR. And then VL. Lattimore start, but then Brandis can come in, and then Strutz or Pencil can DH. Probably Pencil, because Strutz is already starting. He's much weaker versus lefties, but I think that's fine. Okay, so our starting 9 is set. I haven't set the lineup yet, but we don't have a ton of stealing speed, so I'm okay going sabermetric here. And then we still have one more player to create. Now, this is a different pitching situation than last night, where we had a pretty rough starting rotation. And so we felt like we had to go 13 pitchers. I still think we probably need 13 pitchers here, especially since our backup situation and the lineup is now sorted out. So let's generate another relief pitcher, and that'll be your 26th player. Ideally beat a lefty, so we're going to generate a relief pitcher instead of a closer. But I don't have to stretch to get a lefty, because we already have 2 lefties. If the best pitcher is a righty, we'll take the righty. Ideally, the best pitcher will be a lefty, and we'll get both, the best relief pitcher and a lefty in the pen, another lefty in the pen. All right, 2 lefties to choose from. Let's switch views to the pitcher view. Ooh, unfortunately, the best control is a righty, but that's also the worst home run suppression. I actually think I like Josh Biggs the best. Top control or top stuff. Tied for top stuff. Tied for second best control. Tied for second best home run suppression. Tied for highest stamina. So Josh Biggs is the choice. Okay, so our players are set. I'm going to probably take a 3-minute break here to refill my water and hit the restroom before finishing up the setup. Normally I would just wait till we're about to sim, but I don't know that I can wait any longer. So let's do that. Let's run a 3-minute ad roll. This is not necessarily your 3-minute warning to fill out the packaway form, but I think you have enough information though that you probably can. And we will be closing the forms not too long after I get back. All right, see y'all in a few minutes. I'll put the lineups up actually. All right, not sure if the ads ran, but I am back. So I do think you have enough information to submit the pack giveaway forms now, but we will go ahead and finish out the lineups. We do have the starting 9 for each VL and VR, but haven't really put the order in. So we are running sabermetrics, so I'm still going to prioritize getting on base over stealing rating at the top of the order. But if I have a choice to get both, I will try to do that. So VR. Porter is our so, sorry, my dog is she puking? Are you puking? Hold on a sec. Let me go see if you puked. Sorry about that. All right. He was just gagging. He did not puke, fortunately. All right. So verse righties, Brandis is our big power guy. Followed by Acevedo, Pencil, and Porter. Of those, Brandis is also the best. Well, Porter's the best contact and eye combination. Who's our best kind of like 3-hole guy? Contact, power eye blend. Because I don't necessarily want a bunch of power eye guys all in the middle of the lineup. Okay, I think Malave is our leadoff guy. 70 contact, 50 eye, 70 stealing. So let's start there. And then Weinblatt and Campbell and Munoz are probably our worst hitters. Ramos, Weinblatt, Campbell. We'll move them around, but I think those are the bottom 3. Oh, Bish is our big time contact guy. So I think we want him batting second or third. Campbell actually not a bad contact eye guy. Maybe we back Campbell. Maybe we'll get back Campbell second. Bish third. Then Brandis. And so we don't have a bunch of lefties in a row. Acevedo, who's also one of our power eye guys. And he probably is our second best power eye guy. So have him right behind Brandis. And then Pencil. Yeah, and then Pencil. Then Porter. Actually, Porter's probably better than Pencil and Acevedo. So let's move Porter up here. Acevedo, Weinblatt, and then Ramos. Okay, that's good against righties. Then versus lefties. Malave is platooning with who? Struts. He's okay on base, but I think Hannah's our best on base guy versus lefties. He doesn't have any speed, so we're not going to be stealing bases with him, but let's put Hannah up front here. And then Campbell's much better versus lefties too, so let's put him second. Bish still good versus lefties. And then Acevedo's our big power eye bat, so let's let him clean up. And then Brandis, who's still good VL. Oh, no. Let's put Lattimore ahead of Brandis. And then Struts, I think. Let's see. Yeah, Struts is next best, then Weinblatt, then Munoz. Okay, this is good. I like this. Struts could also potentially lead off, but again, neither has speed, and I think Hannah's the better on base guy by far. Oh, by far. So yeah, we'll go Hannah lead off. Now Malave is fast enough that we may want to do an individual strategy that lets him run a bit more. Anyone else we want running? Pencil? No. Acevedo? No. I think we're good here. Now, Ramos is starting VR, but I still think we want Munoz starting every other versus righties. Okay, so I think our lineups are set. Our defense is, or strategy set. I don't think I set our pitching staff yet. Okay, Calderon's are clear number one. Okay, they have him number one. My number two, I think, is Linney. They have Linney number two as well. Okay. And then I probably want Gregory. Oh, he's my one righty, though. Yeah, I think it's still Gregory. Then Leatherman. And then Kumpian. I'm worried about his low stuff. And then in the bullpen, we're going to go... We'll have Maldonado close. And we'll have Bernard and Maldonado. Oh, Maldonado's already closing. Bernard and Schroeder are going to be our stoppers. And then the unfortunately named Littlewood and Schroeder. Oh, Schroeder's already up there. Ritter, I guess. Oh no, Kawhi's still here. Kawhi is our setup. And then one of these middle relievers I'm going to bump down to long relief. I want the lefty in there, so it'll be Ritter or Udero. Well, I like Udero's 50 control, so we'll keep him in middle relief. We'll send Ritter to be long relief. All right, Schroeder needs a bench designation here. Oops. All right, I think we're good to go. Let's save this. I'm going to close the pack giveaway form, so if you haven't submitted yet, please do so now. I'll give everyone a few seconds right now. I think that's enough time. I'm going to go ahead and close the form. There are 7 of you in the running tonight. Good luck, everybody. We'll check the survivor style answers here, and then we'll start the sim. Will this team have a game score of 1? Almost 3/4 of you think no. 71% think no. Almost half of you, though, think this will be the worst team in the majors. and more than half think it'll be the worst in the AL. And almost all of you think it'll be last in its division. And everyone below believes this will be a sub 500 team. I mean, I like this team. I like it way better than the OOTP25 version. And of course, I like it better than the scrub level. But I don't think you're wrong. I do think this will be a sub 500 team, as much as I like it. The bats are strong, though. I will say, I think the bats are strong here. Will this team make the playoffs? In fact, we should add a question. Will we have any MVP votes? Because I think we'll have some MVP votes. I think we'll have a couple Silver Sluggers. But I agree. I don't think we'll make the playoffs. I don't think we'll win the division. I don't think we'll make the World Series. Of course, then we won't win the World Series. And then the numerical questions we'll look at after. All right, now that that's all saved, or now that the form is closed, let me make a quick start of this in case you want to replay it for any reason. I haven't had this happen before where I'm typing and the letters are coming up really slowly. I'm wondering if that's like a precursor to the game crashing or something. But it seems to be operating fine. It just was taking the typing very slowly. Alright, so with that, we can sim to opening day and take a look at the preseason predictions. Okay, so we go to MLB, reports and info, preseason predictions. All right, we are predicted to go 74 and 88. That means we are just a few RNG coin flips away from potentially going 500. Compared to the preseason predictions for the scrub level team, our offense is much better. Our runs are in line with everybody else, even though it's on the low end. But look, our runs are higher than the Mariners, the Rangers, the Angels, the Blue Jays. We're predicted to give up 797 runs, which again is around the middle of the pack, actually. 4.57 ERA, not great, not bad. We just don't have a lot of stuff. Our strikeouts are way down. The control is much better than the scrub team version. 519 walks. Puts us in the bottom half, but not at the bottom. There are several teams projected to give up more walks than us, including the Yankees, the Astros, and the Angels. Now, that said, we don't have any of the top hitters, but we do have one of the top pitchers. Calderon, our pitcher, I believe is the one with the crazy control. Yeah, he's predicted to be the second best pitcher. A scrub level pitcher. Predicted to be the second best in the league. That is pretty awesome. And like sometimes I see something like that and I think, oh, I think I must have done like average by mistake, but the rest of that pool was clearly scrub bench level. So I have no doubt that was a bit of RNG in our favor for a change. All right, let's see what happens in game one. I don't know how everyone's feeling about their guesses right now, but we do have a shot at going 500, which is impressive. Now, 71, remember, this is a team in OOTP 25 essentially doing the same things we just did. Right? Won 34 games. We're projected to win 74 right now. It's a huge difference. All right, let's skip to our opening day, which is March 28th. Right, this is the UK series at least. Dodgers and Padres split again. They split last time too. Now, last time the Dodgers and Padres both won over 103 games. That was crazy. All right, let's see what we can do here with our fictional players. All right, here's Detroit up top of the first. Our control god Calderon is on the mound. Fly ball to center. Our center fielder can't get to it. It's over his head. It's going to be a leadoff extra base hit off of Calderon. Leadoff double. But we got out of that inning without giving up a run. Top of the second, 2 outs, 2-2 count to Carson Kelly. Fly ball to deep right field. Right fielder is knocked. Oh, it's off the wall. It did not go out. The cutoff throw is way offline. Throw to third. Not in time. A 2-out triple. But they strand that runner and we go to the bottom of the fourth. Mike Strutz is up. Our 7-hole left fielder against Skubal. Fly ball deep to left center field. Can Strutz go yard off Skubal? He does. Detroit up top of the fifth. Kelly up with a runner on first. No outs, an 0-2 count. Goes down swinging. AI takes us to the bottom of the sixth. We're looking for some insurance runs here. Runner on first for Weinblatt. Weinblatt batting eighth and playing second base. 2 outs, a 1-0 count. Deep to left field, and that's gone. Top of the seventh, Detroit down by 3. Riley Green up. We've gone to our bullpen. Tyler Bernard is in the game. Walks Riley Green. First and second for Matt Vierling. 2-2 count. Still no outs. Fly ball to center. It will hang up long enough for the out and is shallow enough to not advance the runners. 1 out, 3-1 count. Draws the walk, walks the bases loaded for Carson Kelly. Fly ball to center. Oh, that's deep. That's going to be trouble. It's extra bases. That will probably clear the bases and might tie the game. It does. That ties the game. And the Tigers keep on coming. Torkelson up with 1 out in an 0-2 count. Goes down swinging. 2 outs. Urshela up. Ground ball to short. Can we get out of this jam? Throw to first is in time. But the damage is done. The game is tied. We head to the bottom of the seventh. Skubal still in for the Tigers. 2-2 count. Slow roller to the pitcher. Throw to first. Not in time. Infield single for Hannah. Our leadoff hitter. Kevin Campbell. Ground ball to second. Throw to short is in time, but there's no relay for the double play. Scott Bish. He's our high contact guy. He's lefty, but still hits lefties well. Ground ball to short. This time, though, it looks like it might be a double play. No, there's no turn. Inning is still alive. But I guess they got out of it because we're headed to the top of the 8th. 2-1 count to McKinstry. A little flare to center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Leadoff single for Colt Keith now with a runner on first and a 2-1 count. Ground ball to third. Fielded cleanly. Over to second for 1 out. There is no turn. So fielder's choice. Brings up Kerry Carpenter with 1 out. Fly ball to center. Oh, sliding catch by the center fielder, Hannah, for out number 2. 3-1 count to Riley Green. Draws the walk. But we got out of that inning. No, we didn't. Parker Meadows is up. 2 outs. I thought the AI moved us to the next inning, but... Oh, I jinxed it. They're going to score some runs now. Oh, they held the runner. Bases loaded. 2 outs. 1-2 count. They held the runner. Goes down swinging. That decision might cost them to not send that runner. Bottom of the 8th. 2 outs. 0-1 count to Struts. Scooble finally chased from the game. Fly ball to center, and that's going to be out number 3. Top of the 9th. Full count to Carson Kelly, leading off the top of the 9th. Nelson Maldonado walks the leadoff runner. Those tend to come back to haunt you. Torkelson, 2-2 count. Ground ball to third. Oh, the turn is dropped at second base. Oh, brutal. We went from maybe getting 2 outs to then first and second with no outs. Oh, that is brutal. Ground ball to short. It gets through the infield. Slow enough, though, that it doesn't score a run. But now it's bases loaded with no outs. McKinstry up. The infield is in. Tie game. Oh. He walks a run in. Oh, my goodness. That error to start the inning on a potential double play. Just brutal. Colt Keith, lefty versus a righty pitcher. Don't like this at all. Infield is in still. Fly ball to center. It will be out number 1. Oh, my goodness. He dropped the fly ball to center field. Holy cow. What a disaster this inning is. Still no outs. Still no outs. Unbelievable. And that's a drive to deep center field off the wall. Oh my goodness. What a meltdown. 6 innings in the top of the 9th. Unbelievable. Kevin Campbell, 2 outs, 2-0 count. Ground ball to second. That's going to end the game. What a disaster of a 9th inning. I'm Drew would give up their fandom if this something happened to their team in real life. Well, it is a disaster. Oh, man. I mean, I know it's an all bench level team, but come on. Lose with some dignity, please. That was a friggin' disaster. Classic OTP bullpens getting crushed. They didn't get crushed, though. The fielding, they crushed themselves. Oh. 2 errors in the 9th. Brutal. Look at that win probability graph, and it was self-inflicted. Were those runs even earned? All right, 3 of them were earned. 6 runs, 3 earned. Look at that. Maldonado didn't retire anybody. His ERA is still 0. I guess there's no sideways 8 character in OOTP for infinity. I'm Drew says, I gave you PTSD of a game 7 they lost in a perfect draft, giving up 9 runs in the ninth to lose by 1 run. Oh, that's brutal, I'm Drew. Well, it's a 0 ERA because it's actually infinity. He didn't get anyone out, so there's no ERA. But it was 3 earned runs, not 6. So they still did get crushed. I guess you are right, Rev Jr. They still got crushed. But, you know, part of it is they only give credit for 1 out on that flub double play. Because the scorer typically doesn't assume a double play. But if they could have turned that and then not dropped the can of corn in center field, that's 3 outs. But, man, what a brutal fielding display there. That inning was just a train wreck. I'm kind of glad we watched it because it was... I don't think the box score would have done it justice. Oh, we're starting off 0-2. That's not the start we want here. 0-3. How did that series go? Jeez. 5-8 and 2-3. I mean, at least 2-3 is a close loss. At least White Sox walking off in the ninth. How did they walk it off in the ninth if Littlewood didn't give up a run? Oh no, we scored in the ninth to make it closer, but yeah, we were done by then. Okay. All right. 0-3. I'm kind of surprised. I thought this was a better, especially on the offensive side. I thought this was a better team than that. If only PT Live Scooble could throw 114 pitches. All right, we're playing 450 plus ball. Not too bad. We have no one in the leaderboard on offense. On defense, Calderon, our control god, is 3rd in ERA. We are not in the cellar of the AL Central. In fact, the Royals are playing so badly, it'll prevent us hopefully from being the worst record in the division, AL or majors. The Angels also 8-22, Rockies 9-20, setting the floor for the majors. But yeah, we are playing 452 ball. Not too bad. Not too bad. A little bit of a hot streak, and we could be in a wild card position. We're currently 6th in the wild card standings, 2.5 games out. It's still early though. We're just 1 month in, so let's run another month and see what happens. All right, we hit 500 for a moment there. 500 again. We're bouncing around close to 500. We moved up to 3rd place temporarily. – 11-game shutdown streak by Maldonado. So after a rough first game, he has really turned it on. His ERA is now 2. If we look at his game log, right, he started off with an infinity ERA, finally got 2 innings of outs to get to a 13.5, and he has been driving down that ERA. He got it below 2 momentarily before having another meltdown, 1/3 of an inning and 3 earned runs. But this dude drove his ERA down from 13.5 all the way to 1.96. Just plugging away. until he had another meltdown. Let's see if he can drive that ERA back down again. But yeah, 29-30, just under 500, third in the division. 12 wins ahead of the Angels. The Royals, though, have picked it up. They're now only 4 wins behind in the AL Central. So winning the division, not finishing last in the division might be a challenge. But not finishing last in the AL should be relatively easy given how bad the Angels are doing. And not finishing last in the majors also helped by Colorado being 20-36. Kevin Campbell now leading the league in batting at 371. Calderon now leading the league in ERA with that massive control. And his stuff isn't good. We may have to rethink this thing that control doesn't matter in OOTP26. Because this guy is all... Oh, no, he has some HRA. He's got 55 HRA, but this is a huge control guy. And he's leading the league in ERA with a 1.55. All right, let's sim to the end of June. We're down to 4th place now, falling behind the Tigers. Down to 5th place, falling behind the Royals. Man, I got a little too optimistic too soon, I think. Tied with the Rays with 38 wins. Still 10 wins ahead of the Royals. Tied with the A's in wins. But still 12 wins ahead of the Rockies for last place in the majors. Campbell still leading the league in batting average. Calderon has fallen to 2nd in ERA. No longer sub 2. All right, let's sim to the All-Star break. All right, we're still playing 454 ball, which is not terrible. 10 wins ahead of the Angels still. Let's sim one more day to get to the All-Star break. And we did lose again, falling now two games behind the Royals to be last in the AL Central. Let's check the All-Star voting. Again, looking for White Sox. Weinblatt leading the votes at 2nd base. Very nice. Kevin Campbell, 3rd in voting at shortstop. That's it for the batters. Pedro Calderon, 2nd in the votes at starting pitcher. And how is our closer doing? Has he been able to drive that ERA back down? No, his ERA is up to 5.57. And he's got the in a slump snowflake going. That's too bad. He was I really liked how he had driven down that ERA, but he must have had some more blow-ups. All right, let's check out the All-Star selections. Oh, this is set to the wrong thing. I need to set this to the entire world. Okay. Now we'll get the right updates for the postseason. I think for now it's fine, as long as we get these All-Star votes. All right, Calderon selected for the All-Star game as the starting pitcher. Weinblatt voted in. Campbell chosen at shortstop. All right, so with all scrub level players, we only got our minimum 1 player into the All-Star game. With all bench, we are now have 3 All-Stars. Very nice. Do we have anyone in the home run challenge? We do not. Judge, Tucker, Seager, and Ohtani all advance. Ooh, what a matchup in the final. Ohtani versus Judge. And Ohtani takes it. 13-12. Nicely done, Shohei. Now, let's see. Did we have any batters that were maybe deserving of being in there? We have a bunch of Power Eye guys. All right, Brandis with 22 bombs, hitting 251. Porter with 20 bombs hitting 205. This is what I was worried about with the contact being so low. 40 contact. I did say that's about a 200 average. That's exactly what he's hitting. Kevin Campbell with the 65 contact, he's hitting 345. Brandis with the 40 contact. Now he's actually got his power contact up a little bit with 251. And then Acevedo, our other power eye guy, that 40 contact is translating to a 183 batting average. That 17 home runs, it's a consolation prize when you're hitting 183, I think. All right, let's go to the All-Star game itself. The NL wins 12-5. Oh, look at this win probability graph. Hopefully we did not give up those runs. Let's see. AL pitching. Calderon pitched one clean inning, just allowed a hit. So that's it. So who got blown up here? Kenley Jansen, 4 earned runs in 1 inning. Sean Dubin from Houston, 3 earned runs in 1 inning. And Kirby Yates, 3 earned runs in 1 inning. The Jansen, Dubin, Yates combo. Yates gave up 3 earned runs in 1/3 of an inning. 23 pitches, 3 earned runs. Yikes. Well, at least it wasn't our guys. How did we do at the bat here? Weinblatt went 1 for 2. Very nice, hitting 500. Campbell, as a pinch hitter, 1 for 2 with a run and an RBI. So yeah, our folks did well. A clean inning pitched, and then 2 really good batting performances off the bench. Nicely done. Now let's get out of the cellar. Let's make a move here. All right, we're up to 4th place. Back to 5th. I think this is the owner bothering us. Oh, no. This is the end of the month because we're at the All-Star break. 2 consecutive pinch hit home runs by Weinblatt. Nice. All right, we're just 1 win behind the Royals. 1.5 games behind the Royals. Can we catch them? And we have fallen pretty far down the wildcard standings. We are now in 10th place. 7 games behind. Campbell still leading the league in batting average with his 65 contact. We're now in 4th place, trying to chase down the Tigers for 3rd place. Well, now we're having a harder time just even fending off the Royals for 4th place. 8-game RBI streak by Campbell. He's still 7 percentage points ahead of Vlad Jr. for the batting title. Calderon's still 2nd in the league in ERA. No one else on the leaderboard for our White Sox. We're at September 1st, so let's just sim to the end of the regular season. We're in 3rd place, back to 4th place, 3rd place, 4th place. We've been eliminated from the playoffs. Malave gets Player of the Week. And we have 1 game left to sim. We are safely out of 5th place, but we also don't have a chance at 4th place. We don't have any shot at a 500 record. What was the preseason prediction? $74 wins. Look where we are, 74 wins. Nicely done, AI. And with 1 day left to play, Kevin Campbell in a virtual tie with Bobby Witt Jr. for the batting title. Calderon has dropped to 3rd in the ERA race. Let's see if Campbell can win this batting title. So we learned this from Smiley Face Jane. We have to turn off achievements so that when we sim this, we don't get we don't get any spoilers from this achievement pop-ups. And then we'll hide scores. We'll quick play. Now, what we're looking for is for Kevin Campbell to win the batting title. So, Campbell's batting second. Hannah leading off. Oh, it's against Scooble. That's not great. Hannah with a fly ball to deep right center field. It's going to fall into the gap for extra bases. Will they send him to third? They do. And he's in with a leadoff triple. Campbell must have gotten out because Hannah's still sitting there at first. At third. Bish with a fly ball to left. Might be deep enough to score the runner. All right. Let's, you know what? I just want to see how Campbell did. Let's just look at the box score. Oh, the White Sox win 5-4. Maybe we should have watched that. He gave up 4 in the bottom of the 8th and then scored a walk-off. Or not a walk-off. He scored in the top of the 9th to take the lead for good. How did Campbell do? Oh, Campbell went 0 for 5. So bad. Oh, that is a bummer. So long batting title. Jeez. That sucks. He fell off the top 3. His last game was so bad. He went from leading the league in batting to out of the top 3. Oh, man. So bad. Kevin Campbell, come on. Oh, man. At least Calderon hung in there. Sub 3 ERA, third in the league. Very nice. All right, we still have a bunch of teams that only have 161 games, so we have another day to sim. There is a tie for the third wild card, so I think we do have a game 163 coming up. Unless it's a tiebreaker system. Yeah, no, the Yankees and Rangers are going to play. That's that wild card tiebreaker. And then in the NL, there's a tie for first place in the NL West. The Dodgers and Padres are going to play a one-game tiebreaker. So that's the other game here. All right, so the wild card showdown. The Yankees crushed the Rangers to take the wild card spot. And then for the NL West, the Padres shut out the Angels and win 8-0. So they shut out the Dodgers. So the Dodgers will be a wild card and the Yankees will be a wild card. And we are out of the playoffs. Our bench level players are at home watching on TV. All right, let's do the wild card series. Guardians sweep the Blue Jays to face the Orioles. The Mariners, where's Maxwell P80? The Mariners sweep the Yankees to take on the Twins. The Brewers beat the Marlins. They'll face the Padres. And the Dodgers, of course, Mets gonna Met. Dodgers beat the Mets to take on the Braves. All right, let's see. The Guardians beat the Orioles, going the distance in 5 games. The Mariners beat the Twins, so it'll be Mariners Guardians in the AL. Dodgers beat the Braves 3-1, and the Padres swept the Brewers, so it'll be Padres Dodgers, Mariners Guardians. Guardians and Dodgers advance to the World Series, each team winning 4-1. Dodgers win the World Series. All right, let's go to some postseason awards here. Let's save the game. All right, Great Glove Awards. Look at Scott Weinblatt. Oh, look at this. Three gold gloves? 4 gold gloves. Holy cow. Weinblatt, Campbell, Malave, Acevedo. 60 defender, 65 defender, 50 defender at shortstop, and 50 defender. Now, we mentioned this. We've talked about this, and Smiley Face Jane also observed it too, that the defensive ratings are harsher, but their performance is still good. So we've got a 50 shortstop here who won a gold glove. We've got a 50 second baseman that won a gold glove. So don't get fooled in the base game, at least. The lower defensive ratings, as long as they're 50 and above, are still perfectly fine. In this case, gold glove level. Yes, Rev Jr., when Max isn't here, Seattle can win in the playoffs. 3 gold gloves from bench level players. That's crazy. And it's not like they couldn't hit. Kevin Campbell, until the last day of the season, was leading the league in batting. Weinblatt had consecutive pinch hit home runs. He had 17 bombs and 280. These are not like all glove, no bat guys. Malave, 11 home runs, 278 average. Acevedo, 36 bombs, 203 average, and a gold glove in right field. So, yeah, very nice showing by these bench level players. All right, let's go to the reliever of the year. Is our guy even to get any votes? 25 saves. Yeah, his ERA still stayed above 5, so there's no way. Yeah, no votes for us. Not unexpected. We are bench level. The pitchers do tend to trail the batters at bench level, and definitely at scrub level. The pitchers are worse than the batters. Platinum Stick Awards. We have a chance at a few of these, I think, based on what we saw. No, I was wrong about that. Our gloves were good. Our bats were not. No platinum sticks at all. We don't have any candidates for Rookie of the Year, so that won't be a thing. Yeah, Colt Keith from Detroit wins it. Cy Young, I don't think we have a hope here, do we? I mean, we did finish third in ERA. Calderon went 14-6 with a 2.98 ERA and a sub-1 WHIP on a losing team. So he might get some votes at least. He's the only one on our team with a sub-4 ERA. Yeah, Calderon did get some votes. enough for 3 points. But, you know, only 6 players got votes, so he was one of the top 6 pitchers, you could say. But Logan Gilbert goes 18-5 with a 2.52 ERA. MVP candidates? No, our top OPS is 810 from at one time potential batting champion Kevin Campbell, who did finish with a snowflake going 0-5 on the last day of the season. He does finish at 325 in an 810 OPS, but Malave did steal 30 bases, hitting 278. But yeah, we don't have any MVP candidates here. Aaron Judge gets the MVP. We actually didn't get any votes. So, Judge hit 57 bombs, hitting 309. Pretty awesome season by Judge. Did Shohei? Yeah, Shohei wins it in the NL. Shohei hits 54 bombs, 140 RBI, hitting 333. Unreal. How many bases did he steal? Shohei went 50-80. 54 bombs, 81 stolen bases. We've seen some crazy stolen base totals in our Sims. All right, well, this is an important data point, though. 75 wins. So at scrub level, we almost tripled our wins. At bench level, we more than doubled our wins. So you can see, right, what I was saying about the low end of the player creation engine is generating much better players than in the past. All right, I think we have enough information to give away some packs now. So let me generate a spreadsheet here of the guesses. And then I'll put that up on in the stream after I resize the columns a little bit. How are y'all feeling about your guesses? All right. Here we go. Again, this is a survivor style section first. Will this team have an OT game score of 1? We did not. Oh, wait, no, wait. Well, I'm pretty sure we didn't, but let's double check. Let's double check. The way to check for that is you go to manager. Our game score was 445. So significantly better than 1. So we did not get a game score of 1. So we lose Claydog and Delhi Sports. Will this team have the lowest regular season win percentage in the majors? We did not. Will this team have the lowest regular season win percentage in the AL? We did not. We weren't even worse in our division, so. Will this team have finished last in the division? No. Only Reb Jr. guessed all those correctly. So Reb Jr. does win first place. So all these don't matter. And the total wins is part of the survivor style section. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Hashtag professional. So yeah, Rev Jr., you won the 7 packs already. You're the only one who predicted we would not finish last in the division. Now, this is the last in the survival style section, so this will not count towards second place. But the answer was 75 wins. The meme answers of 69 were the closest. Slyface Jane and Rev Jr. were the closest, but we are now going to the tiebreaker section. The numerical tiebreaker section. All right. Can we see all of those yet? No. There's still a little... Actually, we can collapse these. We can hide these, actually, because these are done. And that means we can space these out a little bit more. Okay. First up, how many games behind will this team finish in this division? We were only 13 games behind. Everyone guessed 25 or more, but Smiley Face Jane was the closest. And Rev Jr. already won, so we're going to gray out Rev Jr. here, so we don't accidentally give Rev Jr. Okay, so Rev Jr. has already won first place. The next tiebreak question: what will be the MLB rank in runs scored? So the way to see MLB rank is just hover over. And they are kind of all over the place, but let me make note here. 25th, 23rd, 10th. And then 14, 31st. Let's look at how crazy all over the place we are here. Please observe. 25th and 22nd in runs scored and average. 10th in home runs. 14th in defense. 14th in ERA, which is middle of the pack. 30th in strikeouts. And best in defensive efficiency. We are all over the place. This will make for an interesting tiebreak session here. All right, so 25th is the first answer. P-Boom. Oh, no, Dono, exactly right. Dono, exactly right. Rev Jr., you weren't too far off with 18. It's pretty good. Batting average, 23rd. P-Boom, exactly 23rd. Amazing guess. And Rev Jr., again, you're 21st. That's a good guess. Home runs hit. We were ranked 10th, tied for 10th. Smiley Face Jane, exactly right. I'm impressed with these exactly right answers here for these play. It's not like bench level where they're mostly 30s. Like you actually are somewhere in the middle and getting these exactly right. Fantastic. ERA, 14th. Wow, Rev Jr., I think you would have been the closest at 17. But as it stands, it is Smiley Face Jane with 20th. All right, Smiley Face Jane off to an early lead with 3 closest answers, including one exactly right for 10th place. All right, next up, strikeouts thrown. We were dead last, 30th place. Clay Dog, Deli Sports, Late to Hate correctly gauged that our stuff was just not enough. So, Spy Face Shane with 3, a bunch with 1 each. All right, defensive efficiency first. Reb Jr. would have been closest. No one else guessed single digits. No one else even guessed in the teens. That means Smiley Face Jane's guess of 20th is the closest. Underestimating the defensive efficiency of our scrub level player or bench level players. All right, next question. The lowest batting average with at least 300 plate appearances. Our batting averages were abysmal. 463 plate appearances. Grant Pencil, 16 home runs, but only hit 185. Reb Jr., you would have been close with the 194, but Clay Dog with a 188 is the closest. Only 3 batting average points away. Very nicely done by Clay Dog there. All right, now the next question is, what will be the highest batting average with at least 300 plate appearances? So we go down here. Kevin Campbell did have enough, 325. It's whoever gets the highest, which is P-Boom. Reb Jr. again would have been pretty close. Yeah, that is true, Reb Jr. If you hadn't already won, this would have been frustrating for you because you were close on a lot of them, but would have been like edged out by several in several of those categories. I was just responding to you saying your terrible numerical guesses. They were actually pretty good. All right, lowest OPS, at least 300 plate appearances. 549, just over 300 plate appearances. 549. Might be Clay Dog here with a 533. That's 16 away. Smiley Face Jane is 21 away. So yeah, I think it's Clay Dog, 533. Nicely done. Clay Dog now has 3. Smiley Face Jane still has 4. P-Boom has 2. They are the 3 leaders right now. Highest OPS. Highest OPS is 810 by Kevin Campbell. 810. Ooh, P-Boom with an 817 is a little closer than Deli Sports with an 800. P-Boom now has 3. It's getting tight. It's a Smiley Face Jam with 4. P-Boom and Clay Dog with 3 each. Everyone else has 1. But there's still enough questions for even the 1 answer people to catch up. Highest strikeout percentage of the batters with at least 300 plate appearances. For that, we have to go to batting stats 2. $45. Oh, he didn't have enough plate appearances. Lattimore, 45.5. Grant Pencil with a 43.2. No one guessed high enough, so whoever gets the highest. By half a percentage point, Clay Dog 34.5. Closer than the 34 from Smiley Face Jane. Ties it up, 4 apiece. Clay Dog and Smiley Face Jane. P-Boom can still get in the mix with another correct answer. Highest ERA with at least 100 innings pitched. Trevor Gregory did have 100 innings, 6.19. Oh, lots of good guesses here in the 6s. Reb Jr. would have been the closest, I think. I think it's Dono with 6.43. Dono with 2. Could still jump back into this. Lowest ERA with at least 100 innings pitched. 1.55, not enough. 2.95, not enough. Pedro Calderon, 2.98, third in the league. Again, Reb Jr., you would have gotten that one. 2.98. I think the closest is P-Boom, 3.38. P-Boom's got 4. Clay Dog's got 4. Smiley Face Jane's got 4. All right, the highest whip with at least 100 innings pitched. 1.63, not enough innings. Trevor Gregory, 1.58 whip. Man, P-Boom, I think, does P-Boom have it? 1.58? That's 171 away. Nope, Smiley Face Jane is 1-2 away. Yeah, 1-2 away. Smiley Face Jane pulls back into the lead after a bit of a drought there. The meme answer paying off for Smiley Face Jane. Gotta like seeing that. 5 for Smiley Face Jane. 4 for P-Boom. 4 for Clay Dog. The lowest whip with at least 100 innings pitched. 0.99 from Calderon. 0.99. Look at this. Rev Jr. would have been crushing. 0.9695. 0.99. I think Dono playing spoiler takes this one. Keeps any of the front runners from getting that. If not for Dono, I think it would have gone to Smiley Face Jane. All right, highest home runs per 9 allowed. At least 100 innings pitched. 1.9. Not too bad, actually. I mean, not good, but... It's Smiley Face Jane with a 1.7. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Smiley Face Jane, who came charging back ahead at the end there. 1, 2, 3, 4 for P-Boom, and 4 for Clay Dog. Now, what I said last time is the tie break would go to whoever got the most exact right answers. Did anyone get exact right answers between P-Boom and Clay Dog? P-Boom got this 23rd exactly right. But then Clay Dog got this 30th exactly right. I'm going to have to go back and look. I don't think there were any other... Yes, Dono, you played spoiler to give Smiley Face Jane more packs. That's right. Alright, I should have been marking these as we went. I'll have to remember to do that next time. Batting average. No, but you know what? I didn't put it on the forum, so that's true. Last night I said whoever got the most exact right answers would be the final tiebreak, but I didn't put that on the forum. And frankly, I think they got tied. They tied anyway with 1 each. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you guys 2 packs each instead of 1.5 packs each. It's easier for me to ask Nicolino for 1 extra pack. So first, now actually what I'll do is I'll see if we can get 3 each, but oh duh, that's right. Sorry, Rev Jr. had already won. That's right. I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. That's right. Rev Jr. did come in first. I should just fill that in right away. And Smiley Face Jane finishes second. There we go. Oh. Sorry, Rev Jr. I forgot that you had already won. All right. That was good. This tiebreak is turning out pretty fun. So I'm glad we switched to this format. Especially the way it worked out tonight. Everyone in the running till the... Well, Smiley Face Jane, P-Boom, and Clay Dog all in the running. Especially because these questions are in no particular order. So to do it Survivor style was not great. So I like this format a lot better. So, but yeah, I think the big takeaway though is, again, how much better the lower levels are in the player creation engine. All right, like let's not lose sight of like that's what we're testing today. And an all bench level team almost finished 500, 75, and what's that, 87? I mean, all bench level. That's crazy. And again, they're all generated at the bench level. Of course, the ones we end up picking are going to be good average in the case of, what was his name? Our lefty starter. In the case of Calderon, he's probably even good or star level, right? That we just got lucky with that RNG. But, for shorthand, I call it the all bench level, but it's bench level generated. Yeah, Dono, have a good meeting. Thanks for hanging out with us, and thanks for playing spoiler. But yeah, I think this is really interesting. It's really great for the game, I think, to have the players generated being true major league level, right? You want scrub to be the worst major leaguers, not sub major league, and I think that's what we're getting now, and it's really showing up when we do these tests. So we'll do average. I don't necessarily know that it makes sense to do good, star, and legend. Maybe we'll do good just to see what it looks like. If it's around 142 again, then I think it's safe to say like most of the change has been on the low end, which is where the sub major leaguers were. I don't think we need to do the whole thing. And then I need to adjust the rules for low ball, test it out, and then I think we're good to go. But I don't know. I hope you guys are finding this interesting. I really had a blast doing this. Like to see the all bench level team do this well was really fun, and the tiebreaker was really fun too. So all right, let's figure out what we're gonna raid. I don't know that anyone's playing OOTP right now. At least they're not gonna be any affiliates playing. Wow, Italix is still streaming 10 hours in, streaming OOTP. I mean, I'm assuming though that means he's going to be done pretty soon, right? He's still putting up a lineup for a game though, so I guess let's raid into him. Is he an affiliate? Like, I think you can even get drops from him. I think they made him an affiliate when he started streaming OOTP in 25. He's like he's like a variety streamer, has a huge following, but was only doing OTP for like a period in time. But he's a good streamer, and I do believe he is an affiliate. So we'll raid into him. I actually enjoyed watching him stream other games too. It's just that he's not focused on OTP, but still good streamer, good time, and he is streaming OTP right now, and I think will be for a little while. Not just tonight, but I mean a little while in terms of like calendar wise. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks for the raids to Minerva and Ezra Denny. And hope to see you tomorrow night. I will be back on again, 10 p.m. Pacific time.